And we are back. Yagiri's game. As we speak, the Domans prepare for departure at Vesper Bay, where from they will be transported by carriage to Ul'dah. That said, this has all been decided rather suddenly, and it would not surprise me if the refugees required some assistance in coordinating their preparations. Byrnjolf, I would have you return to Vesper Bay and facilitate the process through tasks great and small. In short, whatever must needs be done, do it. Speak with a man named Hosen when you arrive. As Lady Yagiri tells it, he has been designated the leader of the first group. I'll come back for you some other time, Wymond. I've been ignoring the main quest story for long enough, so I should probably focus on it. Later, though, I will see about interesting outfit. I'll see about doing that quest. I just don't know when. Probably before the whole thing with the Crystal Brave starts up. Probably. Somebody's weeding their yard. Everything's so different. The buildings, the people, even the smells are different. Ugh, I can smell their stench on the wind even here. Mine are Bobby's. Greetings. Alphino informed me that a scion would be arriving to help with the preparations. I am honored to meet you, though shamed as well. A great warrior should not be tasked with such trivialities. Why am I having trouble trying to say the words? I knew from a glance what manner of man you were. I too have some skill at arms, as do many of our people. Pray forgive this trifle, but might I trouble you to help round up the children that have been given into my care? They are most adept at staying hidden from my sight, but perhaps your keen eyes will succeed where I have failed. You have my thanks, friend. Pray, seek out my son, Yozen. He can tell you more. Gonna do the double check. Make sure... Yeah, it looks like we're recording still. That. Sorry, Bobby. Oh, hello there. I'm Yozen, son of Hosen. Will you be coming with us to Ul'dah? I hear we're traveling by horse-drawn carriage. But don't you think they're queer? Giant birds that people ride like horses? I still want to try riding one, but... What's that? You're looking for the others? Don't worry. I already told them to get ready for the carriages. I'll need your help, though. We were just finishing a game of hide-and-seek. 3 players are still in hiding, and since Lady Yagiri told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until they're found. But Vesper Bay isn't that big, so I bet you can find them in no time. Bobby, I didn't know you were queer. Nothing wrong with it. I just never knew. There you are. Hey, you're not Yozen. Who are you? I'm Koharu. Byrnjolf Nordin, eh? I didn't know anyone else was... Wait a minute. You're one of those, stallions, aren't you? No, scions. Scions. Then you must know Lady Yagiri, right? Isn't she great? She's really good at hide-and-seek, too. Oh, right. It's almost time to go. Nice meeting you, Byrnjolf Nordin. I see you. What are you doing up here? How'd you find me? Bah! Guess I need to practice more. Or maybe you're just good at this. I mean, the Garleans didn't find me. Are you playing? Ah, no fair. Yozen didn't say anything about adults. Huh? We get to ride a horsebird carriage? I don't know. It sounds scary. But if Yozen says it's safe, I'll go. Wonderful! All the children are accounted. Hide and seek? Ah, I see that you are curious. It is quite simple, really. Lady Yagiri thought it best that the children know what to do in case the Garleans found us. I should hope that those days are behind us, but I nevertheless take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. The first caravan is due to depart shortly, followed by the rest at regular intervals. My family and I, including my stubborn old father, Home, will be traveling in the lead carriage together with young Koharu, whom I believe you've already met. Though I understand the road to Ul'dah is regularly patrolled by your brass blades, it would give us great comfort if you would agree to accompany us on our journey. Once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you are ready to leave, please inform our coachman. These reports of a great beast on the road to Ul'dah are most troubling. Fascinating creatures. Whence did they come? An egg! Grandfather is so lucky. These horse birds smell terrible. Oh, it's so fluffy. I like that kid. You are quite fluffy, aren't you, my boy? Yes, you are. Eager to be off, are ye? Aye, well, I was meaning to have a word with ye about that. Runner from the Blade says we might have a problem. A fierce-looking beastie's been sighted south of the bridge to Hammerlea. Might be as someone's eyes are playing tricks on him, of course, but I don't pay to gamble in this business. Now, I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but this lot here's another story. So I was thinking, ye might go on ahead and have a quick look around, make sure the area's safe. Safe-like. And if ye come across anything dangerous, you know what to do. When you're satisfied the way's clear, meet us outside Horizon. The Blades tell me the road there is safe. So I reckon we can make it that far on our own. Assuming the self-same bastards don't try to rob us, that is. Huh. Did they remove it? There used to be a portion of the quest where you have to perfume on the chocobos. But then the owner of the chocobos is like, hey, what are you doing? Don't do that. Here, I have a better solution. And then we give him this mask with perfumed mask. They did remove certain quest elements in post ARR, which is kind of sad to me. Like there's one where you go into the Sylph lands and you end up encountering a problem where all the Sylphs are pretending to be your friends. And of course, Ida plays a bit of a joke, making it seem like she is not who she seems. But they removed that element of the quest, but they still kept the joke that Ida says. Why is there a void scent all the way out here? Oh, shooting star. Or was that a meteor? Oh, ears, everyone. They have wings. So does that mean they can fly? And does that mean we can fly if we ride one? Certainly. Bobby here can fly. You're gonna need probably, I don't know, attune to some ether currents. I mean, I'm not entirely sure how Bobby is able to fly here, but not in Ishgard, in its territories. Which do you think would win in a race? A horse bird? A horse or a horse bird? Blech. A horse or a horse bird? I must say that was a surprisingly pleasant ride. Mayhap the journey to Revenant's Toll will not be so bad after all. It pleases me to see you well. Come, let the coachman know we can continue onward to Ul'dah. Are you here to speak to the coachman as well? For a second, I thought there was a bug crawling on my elbow. But no, I think it's a fan messing with my arm hair. So there was a beastie. Was being the operative word. Was being the operative word, eh? Well fought, sir. Well fought. If only I were in better health, I should have been proud to stand at your side. Pay my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of daring do. Be that as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill in Doma, things would have been very different. But we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten. Lady Ygiri's kinsmen, least of all. They fought fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of a better life, all this and more we owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such a debt? In kind, father. To she who has given everything, we shall give our all. Whatever work there is to be done, we shall do without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, it matters not. Revenant's toll will grow and prosper by our hands. No. Poor old guy. Hey, Mr. Byrnjolf. Koharu and I want to know why you became an adventurer. And now we have a fourth answer. And I want to answer this one. To go whither the wild rose blooms. So, you like roses? I think I understand. I mean, they're nice and everything. But don't they grow in lots of places? It's my turn now. Excuse me, Mr. Byrnjolf. I've got a question. What's Revenant's toll like? Is it pretty? It is pretty. It can be very pretty, actually. Stonework, the crystals, even the crystal tower is amazing. It is a bustling outpost, frequented by countless adventurers. You mean there are lots of people there who are just as strong as you? Oh, I can't wait. Enough, Koharu. It's my turn again. Mr. Byrnjolf, when I'm older, I want to be strong like you. What do I have to do? Buy weapons and armor from Rowena. Train every day. Fight ferocious beasts. Seek out new experiences and adventures. That's my answer. Of course! To be a better adventurer, you need to go adventuring. All right. That's enough questions for Mr. Byrnjolf. That's not fair. Why does Yozen get to ask 2 questions? I have to know about adventuring just as... I want to know about adventuring just as much as he does. Just one more, please. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day? Really? Then I will. Thanks for the advice, Mr. Byrnjolf. I won't forget it. I'm going to be an adventurer too. When we get to Revenant's Toll, let's make an adventurers guild for Domans. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked, just like Mr. Byrnjolf and Lady Yagiri. Yeah, just like Mr. Byrnjolf and Lady Yagiri. We can talk more about it in the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? Mind letting Master Alpha know we're here. I need to stay with the birds. I bet they could keep out an entire legion with those walls. Would you look at that? It will be good to sleep in a proper bed for a change, even if it's only for a night. How many steps are there? 100? I'm going to count. Can't even make it up these steps? It's a huge... You got tiny legs. How are you going to get up? How did a lot of fellas get up here? Did they just take this path? Yeah, probably. There's not really much in the itinerant Moogle that I want, except for maybe some clothes or maybe the treasure maps. And there's a few mounts as well. I don't know. I don't know if I want them or not. Oh, everyone's here. Has the first group arrived already? Wonderful. Pray inform Master Alphano at once. We welcome your return, Master Nordin. I pray they do not grow too accustomed to this treatment. It is a welcome respite, to be sure, but a far cry from what we can expect in Revenant's Toll. Ah, Byrnjolf. I take it the first group has arrived. Excellent. Is there aught else? No. I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Yagiri should travel to Revenant's Toll forthwith. And I will do that in a moment. I need to go to the bathroom. Excuse me. Okay, I'm back. It is past time Lady Yagiri met with the guild representatives in Revenant's Toll. Since I do not foresee any further matters arising here in Thanalan, which might require your personal attention, I would instead have you serve as an escort to the Dolmen delegation for the duration of the journey. Speak first with Slafborn upon your arrival. He is the one with whom the Dolmens will be working most closely, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Yagiri to Minfilia and the guild emissary. If both meetings go well, the resulting ties should stand the Dolmens in good stead for that which is to come. Safe travels, Byrnjolf. And this must be the esteemed Lady Yagiri and her associates. I greet you all as friends, and bid you welcome to the toll. I hope you do not find our dearth of fineries off-putting. Poor though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. You see, race and creed don't enter into it here. We welcome all sorts, provided they are willing to earn their keep, of course. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slafborn. You may rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence. Oh, not for a moment did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand, I give the same speech to all new arrivals, and you needn't bow your head or call me master either. We are both frontier hands, as far as I'm concerned. As you wish, Slafborn. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship? Oh, I don't think that was a question. Yeah, I said it as a question. Our guests have yet to meet the antecedent. 7 hells burn! Why are you wasting time with me? See them to the rising stones. Oh. Bobby, you're... Are you gay, Kikyo? Kikyo? Is it Kikyo or Kikyo? I don't know Japanese all that well. At long last, we have an opportunity to prove our worth. You shan't regret this, sir. The sentries appear more than capable. Even so, it may be best to forbid people from venturing beyond the walls unescorted, for the time being at least. The toll owes much to the generous contributions of the elder Seatseer and the antecedent. I know you were involved too, Byrnjolf. Gave the Mogul's Guard and their king what for, eh? Well done. Oh, nice. That's a new conversation there. To whom much is given, much is expected. Forgive me, I require a moment to compose my thoughts before meeting with your leader. We shall join you at the Rising Stones anon. As is the case with other distant lands, I have heard rumors of mysterious magics and martial arts. I dare not lend credence to these tales, but I cannot help but hope that some are true. Eorzea may be a land of many cultures and creeds, but I nevertheless suspect that the Domans will struggle to adapt. I wonder what herbs and spices they use in Doma. Maybe there's something I could add to my special tonic. This little thing, it's nothing compared to what the Domans have endured. So many youths these days fail to understand what it is incumbent on So many youths these days fail to understand that it is incumbent on everyone to help those in need. That's why it's so wonderful when young men like Hori Boulder rise to the occasion. So how old is Fleming supposed to be? She doesn't seem like an old lady. Have you guys been drinking and gambling while I was away? Man, you didn't even invite me either. Did they really sail that half-rotted ship all the way from Othard? Isn't that dangerous? What if it had sprung a leak? "'Tis no use. Our attempts to reach the students of Baldessian continue to meet with failure. Urianger has explored other avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded naught. We will preserve, of course, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation of that which we already know." "How fare the Domans? I am given to understand you were kept quite busy in Vesper Bay. Mayhap you question the wisdom of aiding refugees when the primal threat remains unresolved. I should not blame you if you did, nor would I deny that this matter falls outside our normal purview. But that as it may, I could not ignore the plight of these refugees, not when it was within our power to help them." "Lady Yagiri is here. Please show her in. I should very much like to meet her." "We have no objections. Pray do so with our blessing." "Your answer pleases me beyond words, my lady. But are you quite certain? We have no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that Revenant's toll could not accommodate us all, we would need to find an alternative solution." "Should that come to pass, we will find it together." "As ever, it has been a pleasure, Antecedent. Alas, we must take our leave, as the first carriages are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require aught else, pray speak with Slafborn, Lady Yagiri Should you require aught else, pray speak with Slafborn, Lady Yagiri, Byrnjolf." was a separate sentence, and it was kind of an address of farewell, in a way. I'm amazed that none here knew of the War of Secession until we arrived. Have you truly heard naught of what has transpired? I dare not give myself to hope in full, but for the first time in many moons, I am willing to do so. Mayhap I worry overmuch. With so many able-bodied adventurers about, what beasts could pose a threat? The Garleans, over yonder. And the toads. And there's some marbles you should probably watch out for. Oh, and some giant lizards, and there's some giants out that way. Or whatever they are. I would just not. I would say within the walls, if you can't fight. Lemin and I will make all the necessary preparations to ensure that our Doman friends feel at home upon their arrival. Though I must admit that I am still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. Your Stola should be returning anon with a report from a field. Mayhap you could wait here and speak with her upon her arrival? Oh, Thingard, where'd you come from? When did you get back?
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet, which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning Ifrit with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
Ugh.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst surging waves to wash away the finless ones. And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary? We have outstayed our welcome.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not? Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye, a Primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
A primal?
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a Primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
Now, I wonder what the cure for Leviathan is going to be like. Plainly, should the worst come to pass, and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experience, ye may very well think that eventuality inevitable. Yet so long as there is even a chance that the Primal's return might be prevented, we must needs bend all our efforts toward achieving that goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Limsa Lominsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in the intervening time, and will doubtless have valuable information to share. As I am sure you recall, her command room is accessible via... yeah. Just telling me how to get there. As her mother, I am ever concerned for Minfilia's safety, but she is her own woman now. if she would venture into the midst of danger, I will not bar her away. Even though Thancred will be watching out for her, I cannot help but fear for Lady Minfilia. This Leviathan business has everyone all wound up, but I say it's times like this that we need to get unwound. Pain is but a weakness leaving the body. Must impress Lady Ida. Yarg! If you're to hold the fort during missions, you must be no less than fully prepared. See that you dedicate every spare moment to your training. You are expected. Pray, take this lift to the command room. Ah. That should mean... Let's see, do emotes work with her? Probably not. Yeah, no. But she does react to the camera. Oh, honey senpai. Welcome, friends. I take it Ystrola has apprised you of the situation. Let us waste no time then. According to our best intelligence, the Sahagin had not crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Thanalan to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I am not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summoning, and we would welcome the Scion's support in this endeavor. But if, God forbid, our efforts should come to naught, I will need to trouble you for more than mere support, much as I did when Titan last walked these lands. Lady Minfilia, I am given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines. I can only assume that you have sound reasons for doing so. I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn on their nature. I will say only that there is something I would see with mine own eyes. Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require, but precautions must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. Lieutenant Nordin, our scouts are currently reconnoitering. Oh God. Reconnoitering? Is that noit or note? Reconnoitering Sahagin movements within the Sasa spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operation staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith, that you might be apprised of the latest intelligence. Commander Volkberda has charge of the garrison. Yes, I remember. I've met her before. In case I wasn't clear, time is short, Lieutenant. Make haste to Camp Skull Valley and request the latest intelligence from Commander Volkberda. There may not be a better chance to learn the true nature of the Echo. I cannot well allow the opportunity to pass me by. There are a bunch of Lullabells over here. Well, the good news is, at least they all have their clothes on. Pretty much. Oh, you're cute. I love your hat. Ah! I don't know if that just came off as rude. I hope it didn't. That's not what my intention was. Did I did buy the katana, right? Yes, what I need is the, It's okay. In case you're wondering, I ended up in several random dungeons with that person. I wasn't in any parties or anything. It was just random groupings, and we just ended up in the same group together multiple times. And then I ended up finding him out in the world randomly. Them, I mean. Where are they, by chance? Ah, right there. Give him a wave. Oh my god, look at that chicken. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I like his shirt. I love the colors in that outfit. Okay, where was I going? Oh, right, airport. I got completely distracted. Have you always been here? Probably. I don't remember them being there. Ah, somebody's fishing. I need to do something about my succubus. Stola and Yagiri. Of late, this area has played host to many a bloody skirmish between Lemminzen and Sahagin forces. A soldier of the Maelstrom has kindly furnished me with information on the enemy. Armed with this knowledge, I promise you that my presence will count for something. I've been expecting you, Scion of the Seventh Dawn. On behalf of the men and women here, I thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter the Sapsa spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe the likes of this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, they have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet, their return is long overdue. I fear that ill may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. If it is not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. 5 scouts ventured into Sapsa, all told. Here, take this flask of restorative to tend to those who may have been wounded. Though it pains me to even consider the notion, if they have perished, circumstances permitting, I ask that you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into enemy territory, however. We can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. Oh, right. Did not mean to click that thing. Out up. Gee, is there anything new from you two? Nope, I don't think so. Help! Somebody! Of all the times to forget the restorative. Ugh. Thank you. I owe you my life. We were ambushed by the Serpent Reavers. Lightly armed as we were, we didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taken to the Serpent's Tongue. I'm certain of it. I can make my own way back to camp, but I fear the worst for my comrades. Save them, I beg you. Have to make sure they don't get turned. To arms! No! You bastards! I will cleave every head. For what you have done here. And their bodies turned into flowers. You returned. Thank the navigator. When I learned that you went to the Serpent's Tongue by yourself, I feared you would meet an untimely demise. But tell me, what became of the others? The mutilated corpse of a Maelstrom soldier. Dear gods! These wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. Does their savagery know no bounds? Enemies or no, they go too far. I dread to think what may have become of the two who remain unaccounted for. I pray that they haven't suffered the same evil fate. Or worse. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you my thanks. The price we paid was dear, but we have the intelligence we need. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horns will sound any moment now. Be ready to sally forth when they do. gonna need to visit my retainer and drop off some of these ingredients. Thrice damned fishback bastards! I'll kill them slowly, and then chase their rotten souls through all 7 hells! Peace, Commander. We are here for a purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand, savvy? My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahagin and their thralls have already begun to amass at the Aetheryte in the depths of Sopsma. If we are to act, it must be now. The men are ready. We but await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahagin have tightened security in and around the spawning grounds. A frontal assault is like to be met with fierce resistance. But we are not so artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Sapsa Aetheryte and eliminate the Sahagin priest presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. The Maelstrom shall engage and distract the Sahagin's legion of drowned pirates at the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful that the lay of the land there is devilish for attacking forces. That the foreign levy spearhead the assault and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flanks. At the selfsame moment, a diversionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. In likewise, we Scions shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Sahagin defensive efforts. Byrnjolf and Ystrola, the 2 of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversions should serve to thin enemies' defenses, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwarranted attention. Thancred and Yugiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagin as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take to your heels and circle round to join the infiltration unit of Ystrola and Byrnjolf. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetheryte, accompanied by Lady Menphilia, as was agreed. Well, don't let me keep you, friends. To battle! When last did we fight side by side, Byrnjolf? Too long ago, I warned. But come, let us away. Did we ever fight side by side? I am technically from Ul'dah. So I think I've only ever fought alongside Thancred. Unless, of course, I'm missing something. Who knows? The summoning ritual is taking place at the Beastmen Aetheryte deep within. Thither we must go. Obstructing our way is a multitude of checkpoints. It would be well advised to dispatch as many enemies as possible along the way, that we might avoid later interference.
You have angered me.
Let us take separate routes and merge before the Aetheryte, the better to confuse the enemy sentinels. I failed the fate. Oh, they did summon reinforcements. Ugh, those things are ugly. Alright, I meant to... No. There we go. You stole a... Be gone, lizard! Ooh, an F-tail. Hang on. Is that actually a lizard, or is it an amphibian? Pray do not concern yourself. 'Twas but a glancing blow. Come, the Aetheryte is close at hand. Let us press on. Voices? Oh, that might be the two that went missing. Oh, there's several of them.
Damn them. They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Did I miss much? So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency. To the Aetheryte!
You'll forgive me my lateness.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled swordwalkers tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What?
Such power! It is transcendent!
Seven hells!
Strike me down if you will. It is futile! I have mastered the gift. I am eternal! O mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
Foolish shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
My being ebbs away. But it should by right be infinite. Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon! Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
Just wanted to check something real quick. Alright. The gods of this realm are vengeful beings. 'Tis of little wonder the Garleans fear their kind so. If we meet a Leviathan on the open sea, we put ourselves at the Primal's mercy. We must think of a way to face him on equal terms. Though the mission ended in failure, I take solace in the knowledge that Minfilia is unharmed. Had only we arrived but a moment earlier, but there is no time to brood over what might have been. Leviathan is returned, and we must needs find a way to deal with him. Understand, I speak of no normal wall of water. That which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise entire coastal settlements if his last attempt is any guide. We cannot suffer history to be repeated. Yet how in the seven hells are we to prevent it? Though the mission ended in failure, I take solace in the knowledge that Minfilia is unharmed. Though our plight cries out for action, we must take thought. So long as Leviathan remains in the open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none. Of that you may be sure, but Limlaen herself would struggle to best the Lord of the Whirl in his element. In a straight fight, he would make meat and matchwood of us. We need another plan. That much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command room. Taking a moment to load everyone in. There's so many people around here. Oh, I wonder if they disappeared because they were in a, they're all in a party or something. Oh, a new adventurer. Has to be because they're picking up petals. Or whatever they are. That you have to pick up when you're walking around. Yeah, some pretty cool looking hair, buddy. You were expected in the command room. Pray, do not keep the Admiral waiting. I wouldn't dream of keeping her waiting. To confront the Lord of the World in his watery domain is far from ideal, yet he is not like to come to us. Would that he lacked the means to strike us from afar. When I saw Leviathan rise from the depths, I cannot well describe what I felt. No words can compare one for such a sight. Being the observant adventurer that you are, you will doubtless have noticed my dagger work back in Sapsa. You know me, Byrnjolf. I like to dabble in a bit of this and a bit of that. You were a rogue. So was I. The Sahagin elder claimed to have become eternal, yet he was summarily consumed by Leviathan. What might this imply? If Leviathan is allowed to unleash a tidal wave, nothing within 10 malms of the coast will be safe, let alone Limsa. I trust you see what's at stake here. I do, Marshal. I do.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Halfstone 'twas called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the company of heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Halfstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Halfstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The company of heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldek and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe, but I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but 2 might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed 2 ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
'Twill be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabie Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafierson, Command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, Warrior of Light.
I have my people working triple shifts on the twin vessel, but it will take some time yet. Time we may not have. 7 hells. This waiting is liable to drive the lot of us mad. Being the observant adventure... Oh, you already... Ah. To confront the Lord of the Whirl in his watery domain is far from ideal. Yet he is not like to come to us. Would that he lacked the means to strike us from afar. Beings held as gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walked among us in days of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I have come face to face with the Primal, I do begin to understand why the Garleans fear them so. What is it? A message, Admiral. I judged it best that it be delivered at once. I am listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. One of the company of heroes? The details are yet hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. I am disinclined to put any store by his claim. And even should it be true, it is as Ustola said, none save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what could he tell us that we do not know already? And yet, having wagered Limsa's survival on 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any manner of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on this supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Byrnjolf, seek him out and learn what he knows. And at the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness. The man you are looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet in Lower Lanasia. The Storm Private, sent to question him, should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. Were our plight any less grim, I should not ask this of you, Byrnjolf, but grim it is, and here we are. Go to the Grey Fleet and find out what your fellow Primal Slayer knows, if Primal Slayer he be. Oh, and you have my permission to break his bloody legs if he's lying. I get to break somebody's legs. But I don't have a hammer. I'll just have to lop them off. Oh my god. Just one more healer. Please. Please. I beg of you. Please. Now look here, you! You'll have your bloody story right after ye carry those sacks of grain over to the mill. But, sir, that's what you said before you had me pick those oranges for you. And before I mucked out the chocobo stables. And before I rolled that millstone over to the mill. And also before... Gods, man! I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days! And do ye hear me complaining? Bah! I suppose some of us just ain't made for the rougher stuff. All right. I'll give you what you want. Never let it be said that old Tractum ain't a generous soul. Now prick up your ears, 'cause I won't be repeating myself. Too modest, see? Besides, there's only so much epicness a man can take in one sitting, ye ken? Ahem! The tale of Tractum's epic victory over the dread primal Leviabetus. Now, Leviabetus is huge, make no mistake. To give ye an idea how big, each of his scales is about as wide across as me members long. And that's no mean feat, let me tell ye. When I fought him, I could barely see for all the brine he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon's worth at least. He even knocked me trusty axe out of me hands at one stage. Of course, that proved to be a grave mistake. What happened next? Well, I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up in knots. But not wanting to take all the glory for myself, I let me mates in the company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, I'm modest as well as heroic. Mayhap too modest. Now there's some as say you can never truly beat Leviabetus. That you've got to learn to live with him and make the best of a bad situation. Not the company, though. Ah! It's you! What the hell? I fell over. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying the attention. It is all. I take back everything I said. I was never part of the company of heroes. I'm no marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing. I'm a chocobo dung. No, I'm the maggots ye find wriggling in chocobo dung. I have to lie to women to tumble 'em, and that don't happen much. Me member's tiny. It's pathetic. Poor private. I sure as hells didn't fight Leviabetus, but I have seen him with me own eyes. 'Twas a fair few years back, when I was working as a baker's hand. I was shirking me duties one day, loitering about the harbor, when I saw it. A great big massive sea serpent, some moms off the coast, with a fleet of galleons making straight for it, cannons firing. I was so bloody scared I soiled myself. Right there and then. Well, oh gods, just remembering that day made me soil myself all over again. Hey, wait, if you're here asking after Leviathan, it means you're planning to fight him, ain't ye? Well, take care. He really is terrible, dreadful, I tell ye. If you're not careful, you'll end up in his gullet, or at the bottom of the sea. Why, you worthless lying horse son! I can't believe you made me handle chocobo dung! Byrnjolf, this is Minfilia. Were you able to learn aught of use against Leviathan? I beg your pardon. Leviabetus? I see. That is unfortunate. At any rate, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We await you at the Mortaby dry docks. Pray make your way here as soon as you are able. Man, how is it that we still just need one healer? Oh my god. That's the closest I've ever been to getting into this. Please. Please. So where's the ship? When First Master Einzar proposed the twin vessel, I must confess that I had my doubts. Only now that the World Eater is complete, do I see the elegance of this solution. To complete the twin vessel in so short a time, and with limited materials, the people of Nordin and Vimillas have won an admirer in me. Would that we had armed ourselves with more knowledge beforehand. Well, it cannot now be helped. I take comfort in the fact that you have faced worse odds in the past, and have ever prevailed. You will do so again, of that I have no doubt. It will require no small amount of helmsmanship to tow the World Eater. I dare say delivering you safely to Leviathan will be a battle in itself. In order to build the World Eater, we had to decommission 2 perfectly serviceable galleons. Suffice it to say, their captains weren't best pleased with the notion. But when I offered them the chance to keep their ships and face Leviathan in our stead, they magnanimously withdrew their complaints. We must all make sacrifices for the greater good, they said. That we cannot command the sea itself. It is the Maelstrom's charge to ensure safe passage for all who sail upon it. Come hells and high water, we will perform our duty. I'm told your jaunt to the Grey Fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies, lad. I'll wager it served to take your mind off the events of recent days, though. But enough of that nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the World Eater, I call her, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to her prodigious tonnage, she has been fitted with a platform, that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would mention also that she is nigh unsinkable. But I'm not one to tempt fate. The Whirl Eater and her crew stand ready, my friend. Just give the word, and we shall bear you to Leviathan. Ah, I know that look. You are ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the Whirl Eater may not be pretty, but I assure you, she's capable. She has been fitted with what our friends at Nordin and Vermilies are calling an elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of his hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. It is expected that the Sahagin and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversions. Thancred and Ystrolla, I would have you assist in this effort. If it is to fulfill its purpose, your diversionary force must not want for numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade. We would welcome it. Having seen you fight in Sapsa, I dare say the fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Thancred and Ystrolla, if you would join the third levy and Lady Yugiri, the fifth. But what words have I for the man who has made a sport of slaying gods? Only these. Go warily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments, and add a few words of mine own. Know that we all have the utmost faith in you, Byrnjolf. May the crystal bless you and keep you. Oh, it started raining. When the battle is won, and Leviathan's waves are stilled, we must partake of a barrel of something, you and I. Care not what, so long as it's strong enough to daze a primal, and plentiful enough to drown him. Ha ha! And I wish that was a side quest. I'm gonna wait for a little while. This, I don't want to unqueue. I'm not unqueuing from that. I'm just gonna sit here for a while. And we lost the one healer. And now we've lost the tank as well. Okay, okay. Withdraw. Join. I'm gonna run and grab a bowl real quick. I'm gonna make myself a bowl of nuts and raisins. Well, that one was faster. Hopefully. Damn DPS doesn't queue up. Come on. Thank you. Somebody came back after several months. Reaper here. That's cool. He had a violent death. Join on that. By the Navigator, you did it! You defeated Leviathan! In his own domain! I witnessed the battle from afar. Saw the beast sink lifeless beneath the waves, and still I labor to believe it. The Admiral had hoped to thank you the moment you came ashore, but she thought it meet to accompany the fleet back to Limsa. Pray present yourself to her at your earliest convenience. She will be eager to hear your account of the day's events. Now, if only the party I was just in would team up for Earth's Found. The God's Grip. Hang on, I should probably put something away real quick. Something away and then take something out. Somebody dead underneath the tree, I think. Knowing the urgency of your business, I thought it best to refrain from making conversation during your past few visits. But today I will permit myself a few words. I feel truly privileged to have had the honor of admitting a hero such as you. You are an inspiration to us all, sir. And on that note, the Admiral awaits you in the command room. Wink. Wink, wink. My congratulations, Byrne. This victory will serve to quiet the Sahagin, for a time at least. That such beings can be defeated runs contrary to all I know. Whence comes your strength and sense of purpose? Another notch on the old belt, is it? Well done, my friend. Were I a god, I dare say I would tremble at your summoning. So often do you achieve the possible that I fear my words of congratulations will begin to sound repetitive, if indeed they have not already. With this in mind, I shall say only that I am glad of your safe return. A number of things did not go exactly to plan. I will admit, Leviathan denied us the luxury of ramming him, for one. But let's not quibble over the manner of the victory, eh? If Limsa is safe, and we are yet undrowned, I conclude that it has been a good day. Now go and bask in the Admiral's gratitude, will you? You have certainly earned that. You have certainly earned the right.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. "'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service."
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Minfilia, please!
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment. But if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'ashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I do want to point out, the Amalj'aa and Ul'dah were allies a long time ago in the past, from what I recall.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then. But know that it will lead to no good end.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
The Admiral has informed me of the arrangement. I have in my keeping a letter of introduction for Lady Yagiri. To the south stands a great leading to a pier for smaller fishing vessels. Look for an inconspicuous Hyurin man there, and present the letter to him. He serves as a gatekeeper of sorts. Now, before you go, I am obliged to remind you that the members of the fraternity to which you would be introduced abide in the shadows of Leminzan society. They value their independence more highly than pirates, and are united by a bond stronger than mithril. To wit, they are invariably wary of new faces. Though it be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words on parchment will get you only so far into their confidence. You must work for every ounce of trust they place in you. But here is the letter. Go to the aforementioned place, and show it to the aforementioned man. Oh, and good luck. They said a Mokotan woman, right? What? Didn't your mammy teach you its rude stare? Got business with me, venturer. So, you're the man the Admiral sent word of. I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Thancred, too. Been a while since I saw his shite-eaten grin. But what with all the doe-eyed wenches about, I expect he's got his hands full. Ah, and you must be the Far Easterner that Murwib says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, milady. I am Yugiri of Doma. 'Tis an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when first I learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. You're not the first person to say that, lass. Limsa's a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be as my people and I keep to the shadows, but we've got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose, I see. Know that the practitioners of my art, too, are denizens of the shadow. 'Tis in stealth that our strength lies. There is much we might learn from one another, I think. Then what in the seven hells are we waiting for? If you'd come with us, Yugiri of Duwatsit, if you'd come with us, Yugiri of Duwatsit, we can get acquainted in more private surrounds. That didn't come out right, did it? Master Byrnjolf, I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. Though I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to us Domans. No words would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. Sorry, I already have a teacher. sure it's been ages since Thancred up and left the sisters. But I wouldn't give to run with the old scoundrel again, just like back in the old days. Far Eastern combat art, eh? I must say, my curiosity's fairly piqued. Much and more has occurred since first I beheld Eorzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice it to say, I did not envisage being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I have kept you overlong. Doubtless you have pressing business of your own. Rest assured that I no longer require an escort in this land. When next you meet Lady Minfilia, pray relay to her my humblest thanks. Would that I could do so in person. But I must needs fulfill my promise to the Admiral. Till we meet again, Warrior of Light. Sorry, I decided to close my window. It's like a weird smell. Kind of like a burning smell. I don't know if it's the neighbor's fireplace or not. Back from training with them Dolmens, are ye? There's a steel in ye I've not seen afore. I have a feeling the answer is nay. But was there aught old Jack could do for ye? How are you guys doing? Ha! We sisters are still deeply devoted to upholding the code. The job is still a job. Limsa's underbelly's been bloody quiet, though. After we dealt with Isabir and his cronies, the reformists' faction fell to bits. The bloody executioners are still squabbling over the leader's chair, but I put me coin on Captain Monsket to take the helm. As for the jackets, well, we've not heard a peep from the shrew, neither. Maybe she's realized we rogues ain't the wicked coves she thought we was, eh? What about you, then, Byrnjolf? One of these days, I'll have to round up Underfoot and the Stray and drag you buggers out for that victory pint. Ah, the smell's gotten better after I closed my window. Now I just smell the raisins and peanuts. Wonderful. Salutations, Byrnjolf. The upper echelons of academia echo with praise for your achievements. 'Tis not every arcanist who masters the art of summoning and excels in the field of scholarly research. My initiates would do well to emulate your uncompromising pursuit of enlightenment. There fares the guild. Ever since Clea departed to study under the guildmaster, her contributions to the guild, as both an administrator and a field assessor, have dramatically increased, even more so than before. The Foreseer proves herself an indispensable resource for Maelvin's Gate. The guildmaster, as is his wont, continues to send in sporadic reports of his research, though admittedly the details of his work with Clea are suspiciously absent. I am curious as to how the two of them are getting along. No news is good news, I suppose. All things over at the Marauders Guild. Master Byrnjolf. Byrnjolf, what can this old marauder do for you? How fares the guild? I instruct initiates in the way of the axe, I instruct initiates in the way of the axe, as I have always done. But Schoolwib tells me you have progressed far beyond the skills I have taught you. The forgotten arts of the warrior. Were I 10 winters younger, I would have rushed off to learn them at your side. Does Raynor have anything to say? Not really. Oh, how about my friend here? Such a pleasure to see you again, Byrnjolf. I trust you and Lily have had many a grand adventure since last we spoke. How goes your research? Quite well, and in large part thanks to you. Fighting by your side was an enlightening experience, to say the least. However, as is often the case in academic research, it is the unexpected discoveries which prove the most fascinating. I must confess that I am tempted to broaden the scope of my studies, but that is a conversation for another day. I really need to expand on what I have for nuts, because I only have the peanuts that you would see and peanut butter. Like maybe almonds or something. Nowhere. In my native land, there exists individuals not unlike these adventurers. Yet, without a master to serve, how does one know the path that one must walk? I have been tasked with helping out in the kitchen. Once I have grown accustomed to my duties, I hope to treat our hosts to traditional Doman cuisine. An adventurer bends not to authority, but lives and acts according to his own beliefs. He is the master of his own destiny. The Rising Stones. What a peculiar name for a sanctuary. On behalf of the Scions, I bid you welcome to the Rising Stones. With your cooperation, we hope to grow rich and transform this place into the piling gold. Tee. Oh, Byrnjolf, forgive me, but I must see to the Doman's needs. History is our friend, young one. The answers to the problems of the present are oft to be found within the past. We need but seek them out. Oh! Come on! What if you wanted to solve a problem that's already happened, like the Garleans destroying Doma? Oh, Thagrid's gotten drunk. Some 15 years ago, a mission took me to Ul'dah. 'Twas then that I first chanced to gaze upon your beauty. I was utterly transfixed. I dared not blink lest I deprive myself of even a split second of your radiance. You do flatter me, dear, and I do believe you have had a bit too much to drink. What in the seven hells are you doing up there? Get... Whoa! Yes! Sorry. Come on. Hey! I don't know if I properly spelled that right. Really? Again? Oh, I don't even know. Oh my god, you all decide. I guess if he's taking it, then I'll definitely be staying there. Uh-oh. Gungnir. Isn't that Odin's actual weapon? Uh-oh. Why did I get... Oh, no. That would be why. Don't worry, I got him. Come over here, Odin. Sorry, team. Oh my god. Holy cow, that looked cool. And we wiped. Does that spell called... Was that spell called Lustrate? That... Sounds like a funny name. Oh, you came in here, didn't you? Oh, crap. Einrjar. Come on, we almost got him. Yes! So, Odin has fallen. But the sword remains. Pretty cool looking sword too. Can I have that? Let's give it to the healers. Great. Okay, I didn't get it. What would it look like on me, though? Oh my god. Look at those horns! Alright. Papalima. What in the seven hells are you doing up there? Get down here before you fall and break your neck. You think this is impressive? In Doma, we train to run in the treetops. Don't mind Papalimo. He is making a fuss over nothing unusual. Nothing as usual. Yozen's sense of balance is amazing for a boy his age. I wonder how he got so good. Some of the Domans wanted to learn how to fight, and it's fallen to me to oversee their training. First, I need to find suitable equipment for them.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul, but never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be.
Sounds like somebody invented a nuke.
'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
Our friends, the very isle itself, everyone and everything. No, it avails us not to speculate. Urianger will send word if there are any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak of a different matter, one closer to home. It concerns etheric fluctuations, which we had previously attributed to good King Moggelmog XII. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well in the Twelveswood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you... Celia, I do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What manner of problem? A band of refugees hailing from Ul'dah this time. Our A band of refugees, hailing from Ul'dah this time, are come to Revenant's Toll seeking asylum. It would seem they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present, they are in the seventh heaven, awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhap this was to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Cilia, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread, and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. Byrn, I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. I am well aware that our resources are finite, but we have a responsibility to protect the people of Eorzea. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Rolf be praised! It is you! We're ready and willin' to work, same as the Domans. Just give us a task, and we'll see it done. Pray calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know naught of your situation. Beg your pardon, Antecedent. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off the scraps of Ul'dah for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the one what got took. They say there's work, but there's not for an honest man, not as wouldn't sully his soul sooner than his palms any road. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. And it's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us up. They climbed on our backs, as capitalists would. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to run. The only question was where. And then it came to me. Revenant's Toll. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? So you'd surely do the same for us. I fear the situation is rather more complicated. While it is true that we accepted the Domin's petition for aid, that decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand that it is not possible for any organization of our means to aid all who have been affected by the calamity. And so it is with great regret that I must deny your request. But we've nowhere else to go. You're turning your back on us? If I might have a word. Tataru? Is aught amiss? Ill tidings from Ul'dah, my lady. Alphino has been wounded. What? How? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently, lashing out at any and everyone. That can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Seven hells. Now the Blades have an excuse. They'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. And descendant, please, if you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we got. My lady, we are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alphino and quickly. If he is in danger, or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Thank you. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papalimo will see to it. Alphino is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry, Byrnjolf. Don't believe what they say. I know these people. They would only take up arms to defend themselves. If there was a riot, I swear to you, they didn't start it. There's probably the Proud Boys. Or whatever they're called. I have to go to two places now. Let's go to Quarry Mill. Your bravery before the dark divinity was commendable, adventurer. I am relieved you escaped the battle with your life. And it was not for nothing, I might add. Brother Isumiyan and I have observed something remarkable, though I should like to discuss it with him present. And see how he comes. Byrnjolf! I am honored to have seen you fight. Why, I can scarcely wait to tell Sylphie how a warrior of light overcame the terror of the Shroud. No doubt the girl will smile to hear of your valor. But no doubt you are keen to learn more of the Dark Divinity. Very well. I shall share with you what I have gleaned in observing your battle. To begin, felling a primal allows the ether of the physical manifestation to return to the land. This much you know, yes? Odin seems to be subject to the selfsame laws, yet his sword, the Zantetsuken, remains, even after his body vanishes. Thus, we thought to examine the blade, and in so doing found that its etheric density is unimaginably high. Now we had always assumed that the being who brandished the weapon was Odin. But what if we erred? What if the sword Zantetsuken is, in and of itself, the Dark Divinity? An unforeseen conclusion, yes, but one that clarifies much of the primal. Indeed, that would explain why Odin has never truly fallen. No one has thought to destroy the blade. And if the Zantetsuken is the primal, could it not conjure itself a new wielder? Yet just as Ifrit's tempered or Leviathan's drowned, Odin must needs have his sundered, to offer crystals in his name, unless he drinks of the Shroud's ether. Such a weak source of power could be why it takes time for the Dark Divinity to manifest again. You see, adventurer, our theory accounts quite nicely for two of the mysteries that for so long surrounded the primal. And yet, as O Apesi hints, a third mystery remains. If there are no sundered, how does Odin sustain himself? I cannot imagine the wishes of those who first summoned him were so strong as to echo throughout the centuries. Brother, I do not think our theory is flawed. No, this discovery makes clear the holes in what we had for so long believed of the primals. We must revisit the beings with a keener eye. I will inform Master Urianger of what we have gleaned here. Adventurer, I urge you to do the same should something else of Odin occur to you. But today is a victory all the same. We have the Zantetsuken and the mysteries that remain pale in import to the act of locking the primal away. With any luck, we can seal the sword and end the Dark Divinity's ride. Brothers, something terrible has happened. The Zantetsuken is gone. One of my own men has stolen away the blade and left nary a trace to track his flight. I never dreamt he would do such a thing, and I stayed my hand too long to stop him. What? Are your men so disloyal as to rob you? Tell me, Lewin. Why would someone do such a thing? Forgive me, brother, but I cannot say. I am as astonished as you. The thief was a sworn man of God's quiver, true as any Gridanian arrow. Moreover, what could he stand to gain by stealing so fell a blade? Mayhap the soul of the thief was stolen along with the blade. It is within the power of all primals to bend mortals to their wills. If the Zantetsuken and Odin are one and the same, then the sword may control the now sundered man. Is that not right, brother? That is indeed possible. Gods, could I have been so blind as that? Well, Lord Lewin, it is I who needs apologize. Had I been more wary, I would have foreseen this. Instead, I have cost us dearly and placed you and your men in great danger. Let us not cry over lost swords. Well, Lord Lewin, send forth the God's Quiver and Wood Whalers to scour the shroud. Brother O Apesi and I will devote ourselves to devising a way to fell Odin after the Zantetsuken is ours again. Yes, brother. Indeed, it would be a poor thing to have the blade in our grasp, and no way to destroy it, nor dull its bite. Adventurer, I will call upon you again, when we have something to show for our efforts. Until then, go in peace. Well, that might mean that we have a new quest we're going to have to deal with. It's probably going to be an extreme one since that was a hard... Well, no, I don't think that was hard. Was it? It's not labeled as hard. And yet we needed 2 tanks and 2 healers, which is similar to what you need when... Well, not exactly. True. Ah, you return, Byrnjolf. I'd hoped you might regale me with a ballad or two, but I see other pursuits occupy you of late. How fare you of late? Where is the bard who is sung of as much as he himself sings. But with your exploits these days, he may very well earn that distinction. Yes, at long last the realm remembers the true role of the bard, and your accomplishments have done much to that end. Why, I've even seen the hot-blooded young lads of the Godsquiver spending the occasional hour honing their voice as they do their aim. Mayhap you'd care to regale me with a ballad or two before you go. Nope. Wrong way. Wrong way. Man, they had some really big trees here. It's funny how I can recognize somebody through their chip. Okay. Gale Force warning. Okay. Nothing there. To Ul'dah I go. It's probably something Urianger has. You're still here. Crazy demon.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life.
I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to look like that, unless that's supposed to be water.
To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Uldans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest, nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur given the rising tensions within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that this particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. Have I piqued your curiosity? Good. Then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames. I would hear what General Raban has to say upon the matter. Now is not a good time, Byrnjolf. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Alphino, Back on your feet already. You may credit my swift recovery to your chirurgeons. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation? Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remain throughout Thanalan. We have sent what forces we can spare to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They are damnably elusive. I can well imagine. Given that the majority of refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason that they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher's knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that tensions between the Ul'Dan citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Domans were turned away. But would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what of those who have not even a single gil to spend? Who could not survive without the aid provided by the immortal flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against their benefactors. Come to the point. Very well. My point, General, is that this powder keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion, and now order must be restored. That is my duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning anon. The general is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim, without the necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monetarists would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Byrnjolf. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation, independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are. You may balk at a request for such information, but I have no doubt that you can persuade him with your silver tongue. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? You look as though you have something to say, Byrnjolf. Do you? What you ask is no simple favor. Were such information to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. Even so, there is wisdom in your words. An able individual may be better suited to this task than a regiment. Very well. The Brass Blades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest you begin by speaking to the Blades posted there. Hello, my friends. And what brings you here, adventurer? A search for refugees? Well then, you've come to the right place. Ah, you mean those refugees? Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept their situation and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that. Like that merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. I didn't expect them to send you, Byrnjolf. I take it this means someone has read my report? The refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return, and I am increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions were correct. You haven't the foggiest what I am talking about, do you? Never mind. Speak with Zazawaka. He will explain everything. Ah! Don't hurt me! I'm not one of them! Wait, I know your face. Are you not the man from the church of Saint Adama Landama? 1,000 pardons, my friend. I mistook you for one of the thugs who have been tormenting us. If Lofric bid you speak with me, then I take it you've agreed to help. Twelve be praised for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. The others have fallen under that fanatic spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution, of holding the ruling class to account and taking that which is owed. Ha! A childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of our idealists has returned, however, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent, and you will understand why. Even now he babbles incoherently. So traumatized is he by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I might, I can make little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. Yet I've no doubt that merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg of you, find them before he does. What are you doing? Don't draw! Don't draw! Don't draw! Don't draw! Don't draw! Why didn't you run away with me? We could have escaped together. Then you'd be here with me. Be here to soothe me. Why did you have to stay and leave me alone? It's okay, my friend. Who are you? What do you want? It's true. I followed the merchant, and may the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give, you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had brought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited. He split us into 2 groups, sent us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting. And the flames were shouting to give no quarter, and... Oh God, it's the other group. They're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. Also, thank you for the elegant silver. The other refugees are hiding in the caves south of Lost Hope, but to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate and try to kill us than listen to reason. Why, the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. A pox on all bloody sellswords. They were supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent with us vanished during the struggle. Oh, if only we had never listened to the merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, that the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. Though if they were forced to confront reality, that's it. Challenge the twins to combat, and show my brethren that their strongest warriors are no match for one man. Mayhap then they will agree to lay down their arms and renounce this plot. Hurt the twins if you must, but pray do your utmost not to harm the others. Seven hells, they found us! Everyone grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. So that's your game, is it? Sorry to disappoint ye, lad, but we're more than willing to kill ye ourselves. Ah, those must be the twins. He beat him! Like it was nothing! Oh, almighty, what are we gonna do now? You've returned! Did you find my brethren? What of the twins? What happened? I see. Well, you had no choice. Better that a handful of them take a beating from you than the lot get butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? Huh? But where else would he be? Unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others. The merchant wished to approach the refugees in Stone's Throw, but was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many more must perish in pursuit of this futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him. Convince him to cease his mad quest. It will surely lead us to ruin. Have you seen my parents? They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with the man from Ul'dah. The man said they were going to change everything. Make it so we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. Say, mister, are you looking for someone? I'm looking for a merchant. You mean the man who left with my parents? But I don't know where he... Wait! Look! Over there! I think that's him! Well now, which of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? You! He's getting away! Go get him, mister! The man who left with my parents ran off ran off that way. You can't let him get away. You again? Why are you pursuing me? Sedition? Treason? Revolution? That's preposterous! Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees? The self-same refugees who terrorized the streets of Ul'dah? Huh! You have no evidence to prove your accusations. None! No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. For the sake of argument, let us say I did do the things you claim. Surely you don't think I give a current's arse about politics. It was business. Only business. We both know I am not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. Where'd all the guards go? What's all this commotion? Seven hells! Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. Hold, adventurer. I would know more about your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. This man was responsible for the recent riots? Mayhap we owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. In any case, it is obvious you are not the one whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigation, Scion. If that arrow was shot from where you indicated, the archer must have a good eye and a better arm. What news, Byrnjolf? Where's the merchant? Murdered? Damn it all to the seventh hell! He was not simply murdered, Byrnjolf. He was silenced. Too many knew his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. You may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realize. The Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you returned. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries as well as the results of our own investigation. Master Alphino has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. Bartholomew. There we go. Hang on. The path of the pugilist is paved in punishing practices, in exercises that fortify not only the body, but the mind as well. Arduous? Yes, but together we will reach the end of this long, challenging road. Ah, if it isn't my dear Byrnjolf, Professor Eric, the long-winded tells me you've made a monk of yourself, lad. You were ever one of my most inquisitive, so the news hardly came as a surprise. Needless to say, I'm very proud of you. We ought to go at it a few rounds again. Just like the good old days, eh? Fair things. We've been getting a lot of young blood running the guild of late. It's all I can do to remember their names. Considering the fine job she did training you, I decided to place Chuchuto in charge of all the new recruits. As an added bonus, I've freed myself to chase after scantily clad maidens. Having said that, I must confess I haven't had any success in that arena. With my youthful vigor reclaimed, I thought that I was certain to be popular with the ladies again. I can't imagine what I'm doing wrong. Dabbling in black magery, Byrnjolf. Yes, your aura has taken on a distinct darkness. I am not surprised that a thaumaturge of your unique skill was thus chosen. The ancient arts of destruction are indeed stunning in their magnificence, and deadly in their seductive power. I pray you do not fall too deeply into that particular abyss. First, the guild. After our fateful encounter with Mormo, my siblings have taken it upon themselves to craft an entirely new approach to our art. I am both amused and amazed at the threats they are now capable of facing. Even with all my years of arcane experience, the abyss of thaumaturgy holds nooks and crannies I have yet to explore. And Kokobusi? He continues with his alchemical research. Sorry. But now occasionally trades his alembic for an apron. Though his etheric reserves are as low as ever, I am convinced that the exquisite dodo omelette he served us for dinner last night was produced by some manner of wizardry. So he's found himself a new art, huh? Your powers have grown considerably, Byrnjolf. But should your arcane conflagrations ever fail you, remember my last line of defense. Unabashed sobbing. Byrnjolf, how fare you in your feats of fiery fulmination? Aha! I saw you coming this time. Thanks to you and your bold style of magery, I have learned to become more aware of my surroundings. Why, these days I'm rarely ever startled enough to accidentally incinerate aspiring initiates. Judge me by my stature, do you? You'll not be so dismissive once I bind your feet in ice and scorch off your eyebrows with... Oh, it's you, Byrnjolf. Fine day for a spot of thaumaturgy, is it not? I love them. You've built quite a reputation, Byrnjolf. Our initiates whisper your name in awe and reverence, as befits your status as an avatar of devastation. Of course, I always knew that the fates had chosen you for greatness. Wait a minute. I have not thought to speak to the receptionists. I know I'm delaying the story, but I want to see what kind of dialogue options I may be missing out on. Always a pleasure, Byrnjolf. Your deeds of late have brought much honor and recognition to the guild. We can all learn from your example. I, especially a certain individual in a position of authority, who shall remain unnamed. I do not converse with commoners. Well, fuck you then. The irrepressible Byrnjolf Nordin, come to spar with the new recruits? By all means, grant them the boon of your wisdom. Do be sure to pay your respects to the first sword before leaving as well. It's not every day a famous free paladin darkens our door. To what do we owe the pleasure, Byrnjolf? How are you of late? The life of a gladiator is never easy, but I cannot complain. Certain members of the guild have achieved greater recognition in recent days, which has led to a surge of applicants. They are eager to learn, I will grant them that, yet they struggle to grasp the basics still. For example, the other day I was explaining the concept of eliciting an opponent's enmity. Surely you recall the lesson? It involved shouting at marauders. One recruit took forever and a day to understand that his words were not enough, and that he needed to motion to himself to achieve the full effect. Even now, I cannot fathom why he struggled so. You forgot the emote. I do wonder. There was a thaumaturgy companion that I recall. But I wonder if they're still around. Oh yeah, there they are. Byrnjolf Nordin, of the Black Returns. What business brings you back to the Sacrarium? How fare you of late? I was a fool, Byrnjolf. My single-minded devotion to my master blinded me to the truth, but you helped me see to it. But you helped me to see. It brings me much comfort to know that he found peace in the end. I would not deny his crimes, but neither can I deny the man he once was, and all that he imparted to me. Were he still with us, I would call him master still, but he is not, and few will remember his name as fondly as I do. No, these feelings I must ever keep within. I have a video playing muted in the background, and I have to ask, who the hell decides to build a road so close to the ocean that waves lap over onto it? Seems extremely stupid to me. How are you doing, gentlemen? Yours is ever a welcome face, Paladin. To what do I owe the pleasure? How fare the Sultan's sworn? Better, it pleases me to say. Our ranks have grown since last we spoke, and the quality of our recruits is much improved. I think it's safe to say that you bear some responsibility for that. Tales of your deeds have doubtless served as inspiration to many, and I pray they will continue to do so. I know who the monetarists are. The damn capital class. Excellent work, Byrnjolf. The information you brought us helped me persuade General Raban to call this meeting. Mayhap now we can discuss matters openly and honestly. We have been expecting you, sir. Please proceed inside.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji? But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Allagan ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Allagan ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
An Allagan monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Allagan inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nael Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon, One which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intended to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interests to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, you are already well positioned to do so. Lieutenant Nordin, pray keep us informed of any developments in Cortano. Begone, whelp! This is no place for children! I'm sorry. I was looking for you, mister. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. You know this girl? So, he visited Stone's Throw as well. I see. Did you find the man? Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I am afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'll help me look, mister? Of course. But first, I must needs finish speaking with my friend. He's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me by the pillar over there? We require but a moment. Okay, mister. I'll be waiting. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap Momodi will know what to do. A legion of Garleans, an ether-starved primal, even dealing with an Ascian would be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I fear Minfilia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Byrnjolf, this is Minfilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation in the Troll's Wood has taken a turn for the worse. I will explain in detail once you arrive. The Troll's Wood, then the primal threat she spoke of before, has been confirmed. I have received no reports of Ixali activity, which leaves the Sylphs. Go, Byrnjolf. You know as well as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the Antiscended that while I am grateful for her concern, she needn't fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself. You know, it's a shame you can't, adopt the girl. Just from what it sounds like, she might be an orphan. Which is sad. Send you a certain whiff of brine and vinegar, perfect cure for the realm's plague of villainy. I'll wager a salty swab such as yourself be keen to know what went on that big parley. Upshot is, the Eorzean alliances called for the Unts. What's the Unts? What's that? Unts? I said like an Arboons and Narwhals. The Unt be a system what puts a bounty on them what flout the law. It don't matter whether they be men or beasts. If you slay the troublemaker, you get a reward. Aye, it's a nice bit of cooperation, of course. We still fight the squid and whales out in the interlands. If the Alliance thinks that people haven't noticed the lot of them are drunk on seawater. But that's neither here nor there for ye. Nay, 'tis the Unt we need ye for. Oh, hunt. Put down some marks, contribute to the peace, and common folk'll thank ye for it. If ye've got a mind to learn more, head on into Maelstrom Command and speak with the Unt Buildmaster. The bloke can tell ye all about the details. This is new. Well, probably not new, I just never seen this before. Care to sign on to the hunt? Excellent, excellent. You appear suitably flinty-eyed and rough-knuckled. Bear with me as I cover the basics. The hunt board is your first step. Quite so. These bills, you see, each one represents a mark that can be hunted for bounty. Your keen eyes will have noticed that there are not one but two kinds of bills, regular and elite. The latter is rather more challenging, and before you go after one of them, you may want to consult a hunter scholar. These people are veterans of the hunt, who can recite the Reimdel Codex by heart. The rest is straightforward. Slay the mark, complete the hunt. For each kill, you'll receive a sum of allied seals, which can be used to purchase exclusive wares. I hope you won't hesitate to return. In addition to exchanging the seals for rewards, I am ever ready to explain the hunt in greater detail. The best of luck to you, adventurer, till the sea swallows all. And take heart, I've heard it said that many go to hunt most return alive. Interesting. Huh. Well, I almost have this thing completed too. How many seals do I have, actually? 12,800. Let's try the airship landing. Is the Cartano stuff not available anymore? Oh, Lieutenant Nordin, well met, well met. Come to join us on the front lines, or perhaps you've questions to ask. Oh! So it's this stuff, huh? Okay. So I already have it unlocked, I guess. Alright. Oh, God damn it, I keep forgetting I need to speak to my retainer. Hang on. There's some bells over there I can use. My armor's doing fine. I don't need to do any repairs. Let's see here. Do I have any medicines in here? I don't think so. What do I even do with medicines? Oh, okay, I see now. I can probably just sell that stuff. Wild banana shoot. Okay. Oh, I cannot sell that. There's the girl looking for a carbuncle. Looks like something I would get from the island of Ore in Guild Wars 2. Just checking on a few things. Man, I've been going at this for 4 hours. Which is fine. I don't mind. And nothing much has changed in here. I am come on behalf of the Elder Seedseer to petition the aid of your order. The Antecedent has been apprised of the situation. It is a relief to see you healthy and hale, Byrnjolf. The latest news from Ul'dah was most disturbing. Clearly, the only injury Alphino suffered was to his ego. Doubtless it will heal ere long. The other scions will need to be present for this meeting. If you are ready to begin, I will summon them now. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business, then. I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the Primal Ramu. I'm sorry, may have? Then it is not certain. The Elder Seedseer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, Antecedent, but that fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Ramu is reputed to act only in defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs of their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the Touched Ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, 'twould surely not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen. Just not this soon. I beg your pardon? You foresaw this eventuality and did not to prevent it? I told Papalimo. I suppose I could have reported things to Menphilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory? They already summoned Ramuh once right after the calamity, but that was because the Garleans came trampling through the forest. And so long as Castrum Oriens stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy, had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud, that alas we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ul'dah drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. 'Tis like that the Sylphs perceived this panicked migration as yet another invasion, and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for a primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Byrnjolf, through your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, might one who has treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Ramuh can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope, were such a thing possible. We would not have been at war with the beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can... Let us continue this discussion anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Ramuh's presence. The Elder Seedseer has requested your personal involvement, Byrnjolf. Pray report to Commander Huilux at the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able. Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful resolution in this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Leven will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. The Elder Seedseer has asked for you by name. I am come on behalf... Okay. Take care, Byrnjolf. I look forward to hearing all about your adventures when you return. Duty calls? Well, no matter the task. I have faith you will see it through to the end. The children are quick to take to Eorzean ways, but I cannot claim the same flexibility. I tried substituting native ingredients several times, but the result was but a pale imitation of authentic Doman cuisine. Hey, Mr. Byrnjolf, what's a Ramuh? Is it cute and fluffy like a horsebird? Well, he has a great beard that can probably be fluffy. Mayhap one day we shall accompany you into the field, but for now we must see to less glamorous duties. Speaking with Master Coultonet, has opened my eyes to a great many things. I had no idea the world outside Doma was so strange and wonderful. Worried about leaving us alone? Don't be. While the Archons are away, Ori Boulder will keep the little ones safe. Mr. Byrnjolf, is it true you're going to go adventuring again? I'm so jealous. I want to sneeze. Also, that's the first time I've seen the carbuncle up here. On top of the tent. Cute. Hiding from its owner. She's like, where on earth could he have gone? I want to know if she says anything. Oh, he said no. She really going back inside? Really? And so what, does Carbuncle sit up here forever now? Oh, she's back out again. Perhaps poor Ruby has wandered off. You may want to look up sometimes. Oh, she disappeared. No matter where I look, all I see is stone. I fear the grains we brought with us will not grow here. If the grains you're talking about is rice, probably not. Up there, yes. Yeah, I guess the carbuncle is up there forever now. Is that a dolmen right there? Alright. I can just do this. Oh, it disappeared. Byrnjolf of the Scions, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever cause for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know of none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The older seed seer, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic, rather than martial skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray, make your way to Nofika's altar. The conjurer in attendance will admit you to the lotus stand. Before I do that, there are some things I need to do. I should have talked to Momodi while I was in Ul'dah. Greetings, friend. It is a pleasure indeed to welcome a living legend to my humble establishment. Is there aught I might get you? Some tea, perhaps? Or maybe some of my eel pie? It would be a pleasure and an honor both. All I would ask in return is that you regale me with a story or two before your journey on, that I might share your tales of glory with those who would follow in your esteemed footsteps. Welcome home, Byrnjolf. We missed you in your absence. Mayhap you could favor us with a tale or two of your latest adventures? It would do much to motivate the young ones, I should think. Greetings, Byrnjolf. I thought you had taken up the ways of the bard. Was I mistaken? Nope, you were not. Concerned about Silver and Lay? You needn't be. They still bicker, of course, but it is nothing serious. They see each other with clarity now, and have come to understand that their differences are only skin deep. With that, all my archers could benefit from your positive influence. In case you weren't aware, Byrnjolf, you have become something of a legend among our members. Oh, but it's true. Your guildmates all speak of you in reverent tones. Your mere presence here serves to stroke their fighting spirit. You continue to go from strength to strength, Byrnjolf. I should very much like to witness how your skills have evolved. How fares the guild? The guild fares well, and this is in no small part due to your positive influence, my friend. Those guild members who had the chance to cross lances with you went on to improve in leaps and bounds. Even those who but caught glimpse of you in action showed remarkable gains in skill and spirit. As you have been an inspiration to them, so too will they become an inspiration to those who follow, and so the cycle continues. As the master of this guild, I count my blessings that fate has seen fit to guide your steps to us. Stillglade Fane welcomes your return, Byrnjolf. There are many initiates among our ranks who strive to emulate the harmonious balance you have achieved with both nature and the elementals. Welcome, adventurer. Our forest home breathes easier for the great evils you have laid to rest. Of what do the elementals whisper? When the nightmare's pall was lifted from the lost city of Amdapar, the wind carried to me your name, the name of the Twelveswood savior. Amdapar was not always thus afflicted. Indeed, the city once owed an age of prosperity to the benevolent art of white magic, but that was before the War of the Magi. It is told that the enemies of the Amdapori abandoned all caution in their pursuit of victory and used their dark magics to summon a king among demons. I imagine this abhorrent entity is the very evil you slew in the depths of the ruins. Though the mages of Amdapor eventually succeeded in imprisoning this fell creature, its recent resurgence speaks eloquently of the impermanence and unpredictability of arcane energies. So I don't speak about the guild, I just kind of speak about what the elementals ask. That's interesting. I guess if I want to see what's going on with conjury stuff, I have to maybe go speak to Rhea O. The other scions have already arrived, sir. May I show you in? Man, there's still a lot to do. Besides Ramu, we have the stuff with Ishgard emissaries. And we also have the Crystal Braves to deal with. Man, that's a... Oof. This is going to be a very long... A very, very long post-Arome Reborn. Oh, hello, Walking One. It is good to see a friend of Elder One. I am most curious to hear how the Elder Seed Seer means to treat with Lord Ramu. I see the Sylphs have sent their own representative. There can be no doubt, then. It is said that once Ramu passes judgment, his wrath is implacable. 'Twould be best to conclude this discussion ere Gridania and its people are placed upon his scales. Whatever the Elder Seedseer is planning, I want you to know that I'll be right there by your side, and I'm sure Y'shtola won't be far behind, even if she does think everything's mankind's fault.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramuh is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the Sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramuh is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a Primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The Twelveswood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks. Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelveswood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Byrnjolf of the Scions, I was told to expect you. I understand you go to treat with the primal Ramuh himself. An unenviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I have been told that your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak, that we might ascertain the location where the Lord of Leven might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finished their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. This one returns, and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching, and have wisely identified the precise location where the touched one summoned Lord Ramuh. Your timing is impeccable, my flattery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good man to his fellow Scions? It would be this one's pleasure, Walking One. Please come with this one. It's none of them. Ah, there we go. Wise ones have ventured deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. I like this music. Feels very, it feels very fairy tale to me. Not the anime kind. Fairy tale. I mean the, like the Alice in Wonderland kind of fairy tale. And of course I had to stop it because you guys are really hard to find. It has been completed. Actually, it also reminds me of a PC game I played once. When you still had to insert discs into a computer. It was a Mickey Mouse game. Where you're inside a haunted mansion. And there's 3 ghosts toying with you. With Mickey, Goofy, and Donald. And you had to go about, complete a whole bunch of puzzles and such. And if you idle for very long, certain events happen. Where one of the characters walks onto the screen. That was a very fun game back when I was a little kid. This one is most sorry, but this one can go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ramu, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touched ones. And so this one must say farewell for now. Walking One will find wise ones not far from here, to the south. Go in safety, Walking One. So, Thancred is Thancred, Papalimo is Papalimo, Y'shtola is Y'shtola, and you are you, right? Well, that's easy enough to remember. This one's name is Ida, in case Walking One was wondering. Joke, I'm joking. So yeah, Sylph have the ability to shapeshift. And there was a part for this quest where you had to go rescue your fellow Scions. Ah, there you are. It is you, isn't it? Don't ask. Suffice it to say that we had something of a situation here. Oh. They probably edited her dialogue or something. You know, maybe they did try editing some of the dialogue here. I don't know. But the way she said that means it all happened when I was away. I don't know how I feel about that. So it's actually you. I am relieved. For a moment I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded Sylph tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Y'shtola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. It's quite enough, Papalimo. My apologies. It's not like me to ramble so. At any rate, as I was saying... Wait. I want to know this. I want to know what happened. At any rate, as I was saying, I have finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and I'm pleased to say I have reached an indisputable conclusion. To wit, that Ramu was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's Aetheryte. Come, Byrnjolf. The Lord of Leven awaits. I still want to know what happened. What happened when I was away? I want to know what the other me did. And why Y'shtola was not upset, what didn't want anyone to tell me about it. Ah, crap. Crap! They look angry.
Thine order betrays thee, servant of hiding. Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Gridanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking? Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges. That they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal. Shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment. Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramu, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
All right. We have a new task. I'm sorry, little one. I don't know how long this is going to take. We shall see. Anyways, I'm gonna mute for now. God damn it. I was gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Man, he's so cool. I love how he enters the arena. And a bolt of lightning. Ow! Hey, that wasn't fair! Sorry, I think I might have gotten you there, my friend. Get away from me. There we go.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Assyrians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Byrnjolf, you have returned. Dare I ask how Ramu received your visit? He challenged you to a test of arms? It is well then that you have some experience in such matters. The peoples of both Gridania and Novosalis would be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you as the forest's champion of peace. You have performed a monumental duty this day, Byrnjolf. The elder Seedseer must be informed of your deeds at once. After I go to the bathroom. Alright. The Elder Seedseer will wish to hear of your experiences firsthand. Pray return to Gridania and make directly for the Lotus Stand. The Conjurer at Nofika's altar will be expecting you. Very well, Byrnjolf. Welcome back, honored Scion. We who knew of your mission have been most anxious to see you return. The Elder Seedseer awaits you within. It would seem that Ida's appraisal of the situation held some merit after all. Mayhap I should not be so swift to discount her intuition. You should have seen Maxio when we got back to Little Solace. Grateful is an understatement. I thought he was going to shake Papalimo's hand off. Even. Ah, the hero of the hour. Let us not keep the Elder Seedseer waiting. Sorry, she's gonna have to wait a moment. I fancy my presence was more help than hindrance during our troubles with Leviathan. But this time around, well, even I have my off days.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell? Ramuh made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramu has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
I fancy my presence was... oh. Okay. Okay. Thus ends another daunting mission, Byrnjolf? I hope Lord Ramu could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness with which you responded to the primal sudden challenge. And it seems that Urianger, too, was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Byrnjolf? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? I am sure that Minfilia will be eager to hear more of your adventures. Let us return to the Rising Stones and put our thoughts in order. Welcome back, Byrnjolf. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramu precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Urianger's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Leven, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together. Is it going to be voiced?
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the waking sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior. Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
So how exactly does this work with the mythology of afterlives? Because there is supposed to be stories of an afterlife with Nordin.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether-given shape.
Why is it free to in at Limsa?
Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth a distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
The Lord of Levin is returned to the Ether, as was Leviathan before him. Ramuh's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Whirl, and Levin all have now been humbled by the bringer of light. The limitless potential of man, Heidl's servant, grows mightier by the day. Yet he prospers at great cost to his mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan. Yet even as it enervates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Guardian of Eorzea. Okay, I should probably stop there for now. I've been going on for quite a while. Let's go outside. Ah. With everyone coming back, it's gotten quite lively around here of late. Why, at times, it almost reminds me of the old days at the Waking Sands. You've done well, Byrnjolf. Why don't you join me at the counter for a drink? My treat. Might I suggest those seats over there by Flamin and Higiri? Though, of course, anywhere would suffice. Enjoy your respite, Byrnjolf, for you certainly have earned it. Just do not relax your guard overmuch, unlike a certain someone here. I'm not sleeping. I was just engrossed in thought, that's all. As is oft said, trouble arrives when you least expect it. It is precisely when things appear to be proceeding according to plan that we must needs steel ourselves for impending danger. Ah! Are you listening, Ida? Oh, and then that's when she responds, I'm not sleeping. Doma is lost, but if we keep our heads high, which he's not doing, and learn from our experiences in this place, perhaps aught may yet be done for our homeland. Not only are Higiri's culinary creations positively delicious, you should see her at work in the kitchen. She wields a knife like nothing I've ever seen. That's because she's a shinobi! Sadly, I lack the ingredients and seasonings needed to truly recreate the taste of my homeland. That said, I've come to enjoy this challenge of my culinary skills. Some might think the life of an adventurer a carefree one, but you and I know that this is far from the truth. While you may not be beholden to a single lord, you bear the weight of an entire realm's expectations of on your shoulders. Ori Boulder's sparring practice grows more spirited by the day. I hope only that it is not too spirited for the younglings who face him. I spend the better part of my days crossing blades with children, but I approach these lessons with as much fire as any battle I've ever fought. The Dolmens may have found refuge here, but none are so naive as to think their troubles are over. I would prepare them in body and spirit for the challenges that yet lie ahead. Mr. Boulder is a demanding teacher, but we trained hard in Doma too. Will not bend so easily. Look at Mr. Boulder, with his shining armor and his giant sword. Do you think I'll ever be strong enough to wield a blade like that? Just you watch. Someday I'll be as strong as you, and I'll protect everyone from the Garleans. Mr. Boulder says we must be brave. But that's easy for him to say. He's big and strong. But I'm small and weak. That's why you must eat your greens. What the hell Higiri is doing? Yeah, I like the music in here. Alright. So I'm going to end the video here for now. We did a lot. And I was able to finally take down Odin. I still have to deal with the Bahamut's coils. And I want to do that before I do anything with red magic and all the Ishgard stuff. Anyways, thank you all for watching. I will see you in the future. Goodbye.